Privilege to join you today as we entered into this season of celebration of 190 years of emancipation. I believe that all of us can testify to the fact when we read our history, it is through many dangers, toils and snares that we have as a people have already come, and it is grace that brought us safe thus far, and we rely on the grace of God to lead us on. The word of the Lord from Lamentations chapter 3 said, "It's because of the Lord's mercies we are not consumed, because his compassion fail not. They are new every morning, great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul. Therefore I will hope in him. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul who seek him. It is good that one should hope and wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord." Let us pray. Father, we thank you. We thank you for your great love towards us as a people here in the Virgin Islands. We can truly say it is because of your mercies that we are not consumed, and we were not consumed by the brutality, by the inhumane treatment, by the murder and the rape of the past levied on our ancestors during the years of slavery and beyond. And we have come to this point standing on the shoulders of men and women of great courage and strength and resilience. And we are thankful for the opportunity to be here today. 74 years ago, we were able to obtain self-governance, and we thank you for that also. 70 years ago, we started a festival celebrating that emancipation. So we thank you, God, for all of your grace and your love towards us. We pray for these men and these women that stand as the leader of this great nation. We pray, God, that you will infuse them with wisdom, with courage, that you will give them download of strategies and vision for the future of this country. We pray, Lord, that you will show them what needs to be done, like the men of Issachar who knew and understood the times and what needed to be done for Israel. Give them such knowledge, give them such wisdom, give them such understanding that they will know what needs to be done to uplift this country, to improve the quality of life and the standard of living for all. Rely on you. In Jesus' name, amen.
This house now convenes itself. Good morning, everyone. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, the 9th day of July, 2024, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, 16th day of July, 2024, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the Speaker. Item number 5, statements by ministers. Item number 6, presentation of papers.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. Audit report with addendum, COVID-19 stimulus grants to religious institutions, civic groups, private schools, and daycares. Audit report, COVID-19 stimulus grants to religious institutions, civic groups, private schools, and daycares. Audit report on COVID-19 transportation stimulus initiative. Statutory instrument 2024 number 36, police amendment regulations 2024. And statutory instrument 2024 number 37, public finance management amendment regulations 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development to lay his documents on the table.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following document. Statutory Instrument 2024 number 35, Social Security, Employment Injury Benefits, Amendment Regulations 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motions standing in my name under items 8, 1, Roman numeral 1 and 2 on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business, government business.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. And I'll now just speak briefly to the objects and reasons. Madam Speaker, I don't think my mic was on. Should I go again?
It was on.
I just turned it on. Okay. Madam Speaker, so I will speak briefly to the objects and reasons. Madam Speaker, some years ago, or perhaps maybe around 2021 or so, we came to this honorable house and we passed the Integrity in Public Life Act. Madam Speaker, since then, a number of things have happened. Since we passed that bill, the report of the COI was published. And that report had a number of recommendations. Specifically, they had areas of that report that had to do with members of the House of Assembly contracting with the government. In the report, it called for a review to address the matter of members of the House of Assembly contracting with government. In summary, the reviewer, Mr. Denniston Fraser, concluded that the challenge wasn't necessarily with members of the House of Assembly contracting with government, but that the integrity framework needed to be strengthened for members of the House of Assembly. And therefore, Denniston Fraser made a series of recommendations to strengthen the Integrity in Public Life Act. And that is what the ministry under my leadership has sought to do, strengthen the Integrity in Public Life Act. In looking at the Integrity in Public Life Act and our broader integrity framework, we came to the conclusion that it was important that, first of all, House of Assembly members were taken out of this act. This is because we wanted to respect the universally accepted principle of separation of powers. And so the House of Assembly should be governed by an institution specifically set up for the legislative branch. And we sought the advice, we sought the direction from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, which clearly stated that it is best practice for House of Assembly members and the members of the executive to be governed by separate institutions, to hold them accountable to standards of integrity. So we have removed the members of the House of Assembly from this Integrity in Public Life Act. But this integrity in public life will still apply to ministers of government in their capacity as ministers, as a part of the executive branch. And it will also apply to junior ministers and also to statutory board members. Also, this act before us will make some proposals as it pertains to definitions, different definitions, to ensure that that if any conflicts of interest may arise, that we can properly document and account for any possible conflicts of interest. Madam Speaker, those are the main consequential aspects of the bill. There are a few different things here and there in the bill. But important to say that this House will be passing legislation on a Commissioner of Standards bill, which will seek to establish an integrity framework for members of the House of Assembly. So once we're finished with the Integrity in Public Life Act, we will come back to deal with that Commissioner of Standards. Of course, related to the integrity framework is also the Register of Interest Act. We did have that act before us some months ago, and it's still awaiting assent from the governor. But that is also a part of the integrity framework in terms of being able to register the interests of the members of the House of Assembly. and the process for holding members accountable for not registering their interests, including the suspension of members and the withholding of members' salaries. It is important to note that this is really a big part of the crux of what we are seeking to do with our reform program. It is to strengthen the framework of integrity that hold members accountable. And as we are in a season where we're celebrating our emancipation, we should be reflective, Madam Speaker, of the journey we are on from enslavement, from colonialism, ultimately to freedom, to democracy, to the ability to determine our own destiny. And an important part of that journey is to strengthen the integrity framework and to give our people the confidence that as leaders, we will set up institutions which are fit for purpose, which will ensure that we have good governance, accountability, transparency, respect for the rule of law, measures that will ensure that wrongdoing is exposed and sanctioned, and all the other tenets of a mature democracy. Ultimately, our goals here are to transform ourselves into a model democracy that can be an example to the world. And let me say, despite the challenges we've had in recent times, Madam Speaker, we must not believe some of what some persons say about us, because we are people of integrity. The vast majority of us are law-abiding citizens with good moral and ethical standards and conduct. And as a people, we have a lot to be proud of, being the young semi-democracy that we are. Just as Bishop Klein just reminded us, having some level of self-governance just 74 years ago. Next year we'll make a 75th anniversary of having our own House of Assembly with democratically elected members. So we have a lot to be proud of, but because we are ambitious, because we are serious about nation building, we have come here to build upon the successes of our foreparents and our ancestors, and we have come to take another step in the journey towards improving our democracy and improving our way of life. And therefore, we have presented this Integrity Commission. I do not think it's a bad thing to have an Integrity Commission. We just have to make sure, of course, that this Integrity Commission is fit for purpose. It does not allow, perhaps maybe you could say for a legal term, vexatious claims. We do not allow witch hunting expeditions, but it's generally used to ensure that we have a framework and a system to ensure adherence to the rule of law and good moral and ethical behavior, including preventing conflicts of interest, corruption, dishonesty in public office, etc. Important to note as well, Madam Speaker, that we have already taken steps to establish a commission. We have identified an integrity commissioner. I perhaps will just withhold the name of that person, as I'm not sure if a press release has gone out and all of the due diligence and all of the procedures have been taken. But we have identified an integrity commission commissioner. We have identified members of the commission, which include picks from the leader of the opposition, from myself, from the governor, Christian Council. Yes, the chair and members of the commission. So, Madam Speaker, we have taken steps to set up the Integrity Commission, and there are other things which are being done, strengthening the whistleblower legislation so that it's functional. We also have, this is not a part of our COI obligations, but we will soon come with Human Rights Commission. We'll soon come with freedom of information. So we are taking commendable steps to strengthen our integrity framework, with this just being a very important single component. So, Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to the feedback from the members. As I always say, our deliberations, mainly in committee, are very useful and helpful. In terms of debate, yes, we have good debates as well, but every now and again we have what is said for the cameras. But I'm confident that we will have a very productive debate and a productive session in committee. The bill is not too long, so I believe that we can dispose of this bill today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Premier, before you take your seat, let me just have you address your mind to Standing Orders 52, please. In particular, subclause 2.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, one thing I neglected, I forgot, is that I was supposed to ask permission, Madam Speaker, before going to the second reading of the bill, because of course Standing Order 52.2 says that there should be an interval of not less than 4 days between first and second readings. And as we were in the House, I believe it would have been on Tuesday, where we gave was it Tuesday? Tuesday, where we gave a first reading, and that would have been, Tuesday would have been 3 days ago. So we will have to ask permission to be able to move forward and proceed with this bill. Yes, and the reason why we're doing so, Madam Speaker, is because, of course, we know that we have a deadline of August 31st, and considering that this bill was not a new piece of legislation, it's a legislation that already existed, and there's some changes which were not too extensive. We thought we could come to this House and do these amendments, which we should be able to dispose of today with focus. We can do that in short order, Madam Speaker. But this is not a new piece of legislation. It is not new to the public. It's just some, I wouldn't use the word minor amendments because they're consequential. But of course, I've explained many of them, and I believe these are areas that we can address today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I move a motion, Madam Speaker, that we proceed to the second reading of this bill and exempt ourselves or waive the provision where we require 4 days in between first and second readings of the bill. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, under Standing Orders 28, which allows for the dispensing of notice with the Speaker's permission as well as the majority of members present. For this purpose, I give my consent, and I will now put the question. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Now, with the current motion before us, is there a second? Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate in relation to the second and third readings of the Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024. Please note that time limits are being imposed. The Leader of the Opposition will be granted 40 minutes. Every other member will be granted 25 minutes. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill, provided that I get explanation in the committee stage for some of the things that I will bring to light. Madam Speaker, one of the things I think the Premier trod over lightly is this bill is before the public, and the public will see in this bill that the House of Assembly is no longer in this bill because it's being deleted. It's important for the public to know that there is a House of Assembly integrity bill that is coming before this House, I think before the August 31st deadline, that will govern all members of this House. And many of the clauses in this integrity bill will be in the other bill for the House of Assembly, and they might be more stringent. So, Madam Speaker, in 2021, about 3 years ago, the Integrity in Public Life Act was approved in this House and was assented to by the Governor. In light of its operation, some things came to light that some of the clauses needed to be amended. And this bill before the House, the Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill, is to try to correct those things. Madam Speaker, if we go to the bill under Section 2 amended Clause 2, we will note that we are deleting from this bill public officers, and I think it also the deputy governor. I guess that is subject to another piece of legislation that is coming before this House to govern public officers and deputy governor. Madam Speaker, under Clause 2D, and it is here again, and it was cause for concern because of cultural behavior, I must say, over the many years. And under Clause 2D, definition of child, a child means a son or daughter of any age, and includes a child born out of wedlock, an adopted child, stepchild, or child of the family. Madam Speaker, this clause is a clause for concern for this society, in my mind, because we grew up where the village raised a child, and everybody in the neighborhood consider their child a child of theirs. So this clause in this society has some far-reaching consequences. You know, I take my youngest sister, for example. She likes to adopt everybody's child, and then they all come part of my household, the whole family household. Is that a child of the family? Because I think the member for the third wanted a definition of it. And so far he has not, I don't think so. And it's, in this bill, it's popped up here again, a child of the family without a definition in the Principal Act. So that is one of the, I would like an explanation for. Madam Speaker, in the same clause, the definition of spouse, it says, in relation to a person means, spouse in relation to a person means the husband or wife of that person or person of the opposite sex who is living with that person in the circumstances of husband and wife at the time the act or commission constituted, how we go again? At the time the act or commission constituting the offense occurs. Even I didn't understand what he was saying. Madam Speaker, I don't understand what it means in this bill, in this definition, and I think I would like to have an explanation. I think I want to, and I don't know why it's here, because once this act is approved and assented to, wherever the problem occurred, the act that exists at the point in time will come into effect. So this is confusing to me a little bit. So I'm gonna need a little clarification, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 5 is amended in Clause 4. It says of F, A, F, Clause 4. It says here, and I think I heard the Premier say something about the Principal Act. Clause 4 of the amendment says, Madam, the Principal Act is amended in Section 5.1. F, and they included F, examine the practices and procedures of public bodies in order to facilitate the discovery of corrupt practices, except where there is a statutory duty on the person to perform that function. I read in the amended bill, Clause 4. Section 5 is amended to include this. I have a problem with that, Madam Speaker. And I need some good explanation. What are we trying to achieve? You know, it isn't saying that this commission could go into any organization, any statutory organization, and examine its books, its practices at any time, anywhere. I don't think that's the intention of the act. But this is what it's saying, and that's what I'm interpreted to mean. And I am not too bright, and if I interpret that way, sure it can be interpreted that way by many, many persons. Madam Speaker, Section 14A has an insertion, and Clause 5 of the bill, of the amended bill, says the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after Section 14 the following: power to impose fines for breach or non-compliance with the Act. And 2 says, two of the amended insertion clause said, the fine referred to in subsection 1 shall be issued by the chairperson of the commission. Madam Speaker, we live in this country, we appoint chairmen of a lot of organizations, and they go off acting in their own deliberate judgment. This thing needs to say something like, just like how we put with the approval of cabinet, she could issue fines with the approval of the commission. Because if you leave it like this, there's nothing stopping her from issuing fines to anybody. So that needs to be corrected. Madam Speaker, many of the amendments to the other clauses deal with just some cosmetic, and Section 26 is amended in Clause 8. The Principal Act is amended in Section 26(3) by deleting the words in the case of public officers to the deputy governor. So all of that, as I mentioned before, we are taken out of this because I suspect, Madam Speaker, that there is the civil service or public servant bill that is coming before this House. And you wonder if you should take it out now or that should have been here. That bill should have been here before the House. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think it's a contentious bill in line with the Principal Act. And when I get in the committee stage, we get an explanation to some of my concerns. I don't think I have they're reasonable. I don't think I have an objection to these amendments to the bill. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I'll take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? I recognize the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This shouldn't be too long, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendment to the bill in section 2 is amended. The Integrity and Public Life Act number 43 of 2021, hereinafter referred to as the Principal Act, is amended in section 2A in the definition of public body. In paragraph A, by deleting the words House of Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly was included as a public body along with the Cabinet, and we're removing House of Assembly. And as the Leader of the Opposition did say, it's not that it's not going to show up somewhere else. But that's not the question, Madam Speaker. The question is, why did it show up here in the first place? We have embarked upon an initiative that is over a year old. In other words, it's several years old, to make the House of Assembly an independent body, a statutory body, a body that, under the Constitution, has been given the rights to make laws for its privileges, immunities, and powers. And this is not something new, Madam Speaker. The Constitution that was amended in 2007 is embedded in that, and that's not the first time it showed up in the Constitution. But we as members of this body, for reasons unexplained, Madam Speaker, has failed to take advantage of growing this body and continue to be treated as second-class citizens or second-class officials in this territory, when in fact, Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly represents a body called the legislature, which is in fact a government. It's one of the three branches of government: the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. But yet, something as simple as this is what is used to perpetuate the situation. And we don't see anything wrong with it, Madam Speaker. We willy-nilly come here with legislation with this enshrined in it. Now, thanks to you, Madam Speaker, I must say, has decided to push the envelope and do something about it. And what we are doing about this, Madam Speaker, is nothing lightly. It's heavy lifting. Because they're forcing us to rush all legislation on integrity, to get it here before you by August 31st. And the threat is, if you don't get it here by August 31st, this stays into this bill. Yeah. I am not kidding, Madam Speaker. It's a fact. I am going to ask the Premier of this country, Madam Speaker, to bring a piece of legislation before this House establishing the protocol of this territory. I've seen members of this body, this government. This is a government, one of the three branches of government represented by all 13 of us, plus you, the Speaker, and the Attorney General makes 15. We are a government. We're not just officials sitting in some office. And I'm going to force the Premier to bring a piece of legislation in this House making the protocol of this country a law. One time you go to a function, you're sitting in the back seat. Another time, you don't get called at all. And you see all kind of people marching up in front of you. This is not for me, Madam Speaker, because it's for the future of this country. So we just stuck in right here, just with the cabinet, and say that we're public, what they call us, public body. You're a public body. No, we're a government. Three branches of government. So we have to be careful. And the bad thing about it, Madam Speaker, is that we are doing it to ourselves because we make the laws. All of us believe that we're supposed to be just an ordinary citizen. You got to function, you walk in. But you're representing the people. You're not representing yourself. You want to be an ordinary person, stay home. When you step out there, you're representing people. There are other people looking at you besides your constituents. So, Madam Speaker, this is a no-brainer. We're taking it out from here. But as the Speaker, Leader of the Opposition, aptly pointed out, it's going to show up somewhere else under a piece of legislation specifically for the House of Assembly. The following paragraph 2, subparagraph 2, Madam Speaker, says in paragraph A, by inserting immediately after the words cabinet, the words and junior ministers. I am not convinced, Madam Speaker, that wherever the word minister shows up, it should be followed by junior minister. I'm not convinced. I think that it's like apples and oranges, basically. The only thing they have in common is the word minister. The junior ministers don't have portfolios. They can't even see the files in the ministries. Why don't we try to do something about that? Madam Speaker. And I'm not too sure that the minister should fall in this category of this bill either, integrity in public life, because I think that the ministers have a code of conduct. They should create their own integrity in public life bill. You might ask a question, if this was a government with 60 ministers, no one would have any problems with that. But it's a government of 5 ministers, so people will ask the question, why create a whole bill just for 5 people? Those 5 people have the same responsibilities of those countries that has ministers with 60 ministers. Ministry of the Environment does the same thing here as it does in South Africa. Just the scope, the scale is different. Minister for Works does the same thing as the minister in New Zealand. Scope is different. And he's subjected to the same laws as the minister in New Zealand. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I have is it's a big issue. Public officers. Madam Speaker, to talk about in D, by inserting in the appropriate order the following definitions. Child. Child means a son or daughter of any age and includes a child born out of wedlock, an adopted child, a stepchild, or a child of the family. We have gone as far, Madam Speaker, as to make change or legislation so that a child born out of wedlock will be entitled to the same rights as another child in the event that the parent should pass on without a will. So in other words, Madam Speaker, we have gone as far as to acknowledge a child born out of wedlock. There's a name that they used to call those people, but I wouldn't go there. I won't go there because it was what I said. Even though I born met it that way. But Madam Speaker, so this piece of legislation is asking us, in the definition of family, to include a child born out of wedlock. And it didn't stop there. It says also an adopted child. I presume that after all the legal hurdles are cleared, an adopted child would in fact take on all the meaning of a child. But then it goes a little further and starts talking about stepchild and a child of the family. I can't tell you that I don't know what a stepchild is. I do know what a stepchild is. That's been around for as long as I've been around, stepchild. But now they got this new one called a child of the family. And this is not the first time that this thing surfaced inside this House of Assembly. It showed up, Madam Speaker, when we were doing the Declaration of Interest. And I guarantee you, Madam Speaker, I submit to you that not a single legislator in this House of Assembly had anything to do with this terminology creeping up in the legislation called child of the family. And if one of them is guilty of it, I'd like to see who it is. So I can tell him to his face or her to her face that I would like an explanation of this child of the family thing. So while we were going through the committee stage, I asked the question, what is it? How do you define a child of the family? Who is a child of the family? And the legislation goes on to speak about at any age. So maybe I could show up as somebody's child of their family. Can't do anything about it. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to know, when we ask questions in the committee stage about certain things that we see in a bill, we would always hear someone say, well, it's in other bills. Well, it's in those other bills because no one was astute enough to question it and have it removed. So it just crept in there. And we have a bad habit of not reading the bills in the first place. So maybe these things just have a way of creating a life of their own. So I would like to know, and when we get into committee stage, somebody's going to have to tell me why is it still here after we took it out from the register of interest bill, and you know what our sentiments are in this house. Why is it still showing up here? I'm done, sick and tired blaming the ministers for letting things come out of cabinet with these kind of things in. I'm done with that. As long as when they come here, they don't try to fight for it, because they will be fought. It's wrong. What's a child of the family? The leader of the opposition just explained what could happen to him. His sister goes and pick up some children, people, bring them to the house. They're always there for Thanksgiving at his table. He feed them, and when you look, he passes off without a will, and his poor wife suffering because he got 18 children, or they're saying that Uncle Ronnie was my, whatever you call it. We have to be careful what we put in legislation. We got to be responsible people. Our own people, you put them in jeopardy. When people get older, they don't have the capacity to read and understand what's going on anymore. So you just pull in the wool over their eyes. And they trust us. They trust all of us. Especially those of you who are there in their houses, all kind of crazy hours in the night, asking them to vote for you. Especially you all. You meet them in church, you harass them, you want to vote. They trust you. You know the responsibility that is placed upon you after you have committed yourself to represent people? It's an awesome responsibility. But as soon as you get elected, you come in here and you do stupidness. Throw a bunch of children on the poor people. That's what you're doing. You're trying all these people on the poor people, calling them their child. All it is when a child left his home, on his way back, he comes to my house, he get a cup of water. He's my child, or she is my child. You have to be careful about what other cultures are trying to impose upon your culture. Your culture should mean something, and this is a perfect time to talk about your culture. This is emancipation time. You should bring it home to you. It should be brought home to you. We don't do that in the Caribbean. We don't do that here. I will read an article, Madam Speaker. They said that it is alleged, and it's been said, that people are going around asking for all kind of meat. And a person said, this is not part of Caribbean culture. What are you talking about Caribbean culture? You don't know what happened in the rest of the Caribbean. You know what happened here. It's not a BVI culture. It's not a Virgin Island culture to be asking for dog food and cat food, cat meat, dog and cat meat. So can't you say that? Man want to eat a dog, let me tell you, But I am concerned about what we do, what's finding its way in our culture, Madam Speaker. I'm concerned. And these things have a way of not stopping. They don't stop. They keep going on and on. And the next thing, I sat here in this house and I watched them when they made it legal for those children who were born out of wedlock to be able to make claims after their father or mother passed on without a will. I was here. You know how many years they fought to keep that out? So you got in. It's in now. You just come and say, oh, all right, let this one go in. This one going. No. I don't know who these people are. And if they're out there, they should come and let me know who they are. Maybe next time I come, I'll start fighting for them once I know who they are. Madam Speaker, the bill also speaks to, and C, 2C of the bill, parents and siblings, by inserting immediately after paragraph B, the following new paragraph, parents and siblings. This is public body, juniors, public officials, child, spouse, parents, and siblings. By inserting in the appropriate order the following definition: the meaning of child, meaning of spouse, and by inserting immediately after paragraph B, the following new paragraph, parents and siblings. C. Madam Speaker, there is mention in the bill as well of, speaking of child of any age. Parents and siblings. Now, asking an individual to be responsible for child of any age. I'll take your parents, okay, I'll leave the parents out of it, but your siblings as well. There is merit sometimes to this, but not always. There are siblings who don't even acknowledge the existence of others, much less, Madam Speaker, to be speaking to them. I don't acknowledge you, period. And we're not on speaking terms. But yet, I must be responsible for, be cognizant of the existence of this individual who's supposed to be my sibling. Parents, these kind of things happen with your parents sometimes. That's rare and exceptional. I wouldn't include parents in this. But siblings is not far-fetched. It happens. And speaking of a child of any age, there's too much inconsistencies, Madam Speaker, in these things. Then if that's true, when your child commits an offense, why waste time going to get the child? Bring in the parent. The parent is more responsible, so bring the parent into court. Bring the parent. If this can hold true, this is being disingenuous. On the one hand, you're holding me responsible for my child, who is 60 years old. And on the other hand, you're telling me that my child is over 21 or over 18, he's only responsible for himself. Madam Speaker, I can see and I can feel the hands of the bobcat and the hornets all over these pieces of legislation that are coming into this House. These are not all legislation. The ministers, I know you all are not. You had nothing to do with this. What's so funny about it, Madam Speaker? This is what's so funny about it. We are charged with the responsibility for making the law. That's right. We are charged with the responsibility for making the law. And this piece of legislation is supposed to be under the governor. He's sending it here with nonsense in it, Madam Speaker. And we just like sheep blindly going through the same hole we saw the first sheep go through, and we passing it. But what's more funny about it, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the thing is, the piece of legislation is for us. So my parents used to say, cutting bow stick to cut your own behind. Yeah, I see my mother would send my brother to cut a stick, or she would send me to cut the stick, because she gonna beat him. So I gladly go out and bring the biggest piece of stick. But what she done when she beat him, she put it in the corner. When my time come, I get beat with the same bow stick. Well, that's a metaphor. So don't go tell anybody that Fraser say his mother beat him with a bow stick. I know those idiots out there would post that, and they would put it in the news. That's a metaphor. But Madam Speaker, you see, you get the point. I want my colleagues to understand what is going on. And trust me, you pass this thing here today, the 26th of July, 2024. You will never see this again, this piece of legislation surface, until maybe 2034. And all through that time, you know how much damage you would have caused? We need to be cognizant, Madam Speaker. We need to be honest with ourselves. We need to act as grown-ups and do what's right for our people. That's all I'm asking, Madam Speaker, that we do what's right for our people. And the last thing I have to say, Madam Speaker, is the last thing I have to say is on Section 14A. 5, it says, Section 14A inserted. The Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after Section 14 the following new section. Power to impose fines for breach or non-compliance with Act. 14A1, the Commissioner shall, in the performance of the Commission shall, in the performance of its functions under this Act, impose on any person in public life who breaches any provisions of this Act, for which no specific penalty is prescribed, a fine not exceeding $5,000. Isn't that a little? I think people ran out of ideas. So let's do a catch-all here. A breach for which no penalty is prescribed. Just let the Commission impose a fine on them. The fine referred to in subsection 1 shall be issued by the chairperson of the Commission. I see two things wrong with this, Madam Speaker. I don't think the Commission should have any responsibility to impose a fine. Maybe you can do something about the person administrative. You could recommend an administrative punishment for the person, or penalty for the person, but a fine? And then you're telling the chairperson they're responsible for imposing the fine. Madam Speaker, I see some problems there. I don't think any chairperson who go around imposing dollar fines on people could sleep well at night or go home well at night. So I think that you're putting this person in a form of jeopardy that is not necessary. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? If not, I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll try my best to stay within the timeline that you have given. I spoke to the other members who are absent in spirit, and they all agreed that they will give me their time. So I want you to consider that if I run over a little bit, even though I don't intend to do so. It's a relatively short bill, but short bills in this House have had very long discussions, as far as my memory goes. Madam Speaker, I want to start off first by signaling a concern about what is happening with these pieces of legislation that are coming to the House. This one had its first reading Tuesday. Today is Friday. Glad that you referenced, Madam Speaker, the appropriate section of the standing orders. But a little past time for blame now, but I still have to raise the issue in terms of the time limits that we impose on ourselves or we fail to negotiate properly to be able to pass these pieces of legislation in the House to meet the COI imperatives. I'm concerned about it, Madam Speaker, because you have a country that is moving full speed in a particular direction, but its people are at a standstill. People don't know what we're doing. And you see it every single day in your daily interactions with the public. Somebody will ask you, well, before time, if you had an interest in a piece of land, you will say to them, write to the Ministry of Lands if you have a concern with lands. Now, we had a Crown Lands Bill that has changed up the entire structure of how you get land, whether for residential purposes, whether for agricultural purposes, whether for commercial purposes. And here we are now with this bill, albeit the amendments are small, but the public has no knowledge of what we are doing in this House and what changes are being made in this House. We passed an Integrity in Public Life Act, and even though the commission was not in place to give effect to the act, if you went out there and you asked the ordinary person who operated or works in public life if they know of the Integrity in Public Life Act and what the provisions are and that they are captured by the act, I can tell you, if you find 3 out of 10 persons that know about this act and how it affects their conduct and their duties in their job, they wouldn't be able to tell you. And I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about that. And I find that there's a lack of concern even by those persons who are imposing these pieces of legislation on us. And you say it is for good governance. We say it is for transparency, it's for accountability. Don't mind the people I'm getting killed, because everything we're doing here is to kill our people off. But the people still don't know what you're doing. We are here representing the interests of the public. And the public don't know what we're doing. And the public don't know some of the changes that we're making so fast and so furious. And there seems to be no major public relations campaign out there to tell people what. I saw the Premier's office the other day start to put out a couple little snippets here and there and so on. But we need more than that. The people's country is changing before their very eyes, and they have no idea of what is happening. And this here, Madam Speaker, is another example, because we're passing a bill that had its first reading on Tuesday, and now it's Friday. Nobody didn't see it. Nobody didn't read it. I'm sure those of us who got our papers probably read the bill for the first time last night. So you could imagine the poor public not knowing at all, Madam Speaker, what is happening. And I'm very concerned about that. I mean, the timeline has already been set, but I would want to see, Madam Speaker, if it's possible, if maybe the House or the Premier's office do a bit more than just sending out snippets, but find a way to educate people about the changes that are happening in the country, because people come to us as legislators still thinking that we can do things that we cannot do. Still thinking that simple things. You say to them, we've made the changes for monies to go to social development. Every day people come to your office expecting that money is still there. So it tells you at the lowest level that people don't understand what we are doing here, and that is not right. It can't be called good governance. If they think that forcing us to pass these things down the pipeline is good governance, then they don't know what good governance is, because we are working for the people. So I'm concerned about that. But Madam Speaker, I will look at certain parts of the bill. I wouldn't go over everything because the member for the opposition leader and the member for the third, I think, did a good job at it. I'll start off by adding my view on the interpretation section that deals with child and spouse, and that comes from going to the principal legislation and extending the meaning of the term family. And I want to echo some of what was said by both members in relation to a child, meaning a son or daughter of any age, and includes a child born of wedlock, an adopted child, a stepchild, or a child of the family. And it also have within the definition of family in the Substantive Act, the dependent child. Now imagine that means a child who lives with you under your roof and so on and so forth. But it's not practical, Madam Speaker, to hold a public official really responsible for the acts of grown children. You may not know what your children are doing. They might be your children, but you may be estranged. You don't know what they're doing with their life. Some children are very secretive. You don't know what it is they're doing. And you may go and carry out some function in your job that you didn't know a child was involved in, and you get yourself caught up in problems. I don't think that that is, Madam Speaker, is right. So I think we have to look a little closer, Madam Speaker, at that provision. And of course, the issue raised in relation to a child of the family, it is not something that I think should be here, for the very reason given by the leader of the opposition, how we grew up and in this territory. I think a lot of what is being imposed on us is coming from a lack of understanding who we are. And to me, that's an indictment on the UK. Because you are the administrators for the territory of the Virgin Islands. But from the very legislation that you have and the things you impose, it tells me that you know very little about the culture and the living of the people that you're supposed to be a partner with. Almost every child in a village is a child of the family. That's how the BVI is. It was worse before, and it's the same way now. How many times I've been upstairs in my house, I hear talking downstairs. I come down the planning. When I reach the corner, I got to turn back. I hear I set a mouth down there, put on a proper shirt, fix myself up, come downstairs, the house full of people. And them sleep there last night and I didn't know. Would that be a child of the family? Because my daughters or my children decide to bring, can that be a child of the family? So we have to be so very careful, Madam Speaker, in terms of how we use these things, and the cultural aspect of our lives must shine through in the legislation. And then it goes on to put in spouse. In relation to a person, a spouse in relation to a person means the husband or wife of that person, or a person of the opposite sex who is living with that person in the circumstances of husband and wife at the time the act or commission constituting the offense occurred. You're living in a modern society now, right? You have two women living together, living in circumstances better than husband and wife. They're not captured here. You have two men living together, not captured here. So we have to be very careful again, Madam Speaker, with some of the definitions that we have. And then you might have a spouse, but you don't live with your spouse. You might have a spouse that might live in the house, but you don't know what she's doing, she don't know what you're doing. So again, we have to be so very careful, Madam Speaker, what we take a look at. Now, I'm glad, Madam Speaker, that the schedule to the act was changed, because when I came back in this House and I read this bill for the first time, I got very concerned. I remember asking a question as to what it is the members of the last House of Assembly were doing. If they were reading these bills, if they understood, Madam Speaker, some of the changes that they were allowing to happen, because the act had roped in the very cleaner in the government service, all public officers. And these acts, Integrity in Public Life Acts, are normally reserved for persons, Madam Speaker, who handle government resources or who are at a certain level in the government structure. So I'm glad that we're getting this, Madam Speaker, tied up. I'm a little concerned, though, about what point number 2 under the schedule means. Members of the board or other governing body of a public body and other officers, by whatever name called. I'm a little concerned about that part, other officers, because how far down the line do you go? Because all officers are not on the same level. You can't hold a secretary for something at the same level that you will hold a director. So I think we have to be very careful and tidy that up, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we don't put people in problems unnecessarily. Section 5, Madam Speaker, was Section 5 where 14A was inserted. I don't have a problem with the fine of $5,000. I think people should comply with what, respect the findings of the Integrity Commission. But I'm concerned about the point that was raised by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, that it should not just be one chairperson, Madam Speaker, making those changes or making those recommendations. The fine should be imposed in concert with the full other members of the commission. Madam Speaker, I took a little time and I looked through some of the portions of the legislation, the substantive legislation. I said to myself, since we're inside the Act itself, it might be some time, if we can, to do some tidying up of some of the things that are in there. When you go to Section 4 of the Substantive Act, it lists out the persons who should be in the commission, the 5 persons. But only one person, I noticed, has qualifications. So you have a chairperson, a retired judge or attorney, 15 years standing, and was practicing in the Virgin Islands or within the jurisdiction of the OECS. That's a qualification for the chairperson. But there's no qualification for the person selected by the governor. There's no qualification for the person selected by the premier. There's none for the person selected by the leader of the opposition. And it just happened to be somebody of the Christian Council. No qualification for anybody. And the types of responsibilities, Madam Speaker, that this commission has, I think you ought to make sure that we have people of a particular caliber and level of education. And I think that is something that we missed. Because if you find a premier or you find a leader of the opposition who is not responsible, thank God we have 2 responsible ones now I have seen so far, at least as it relates to picking people, looking at qualification. But politics is what it is. The village idiot could be the premier. It could happen. And then he ends up putting somebody, like we have seen before, people put people on boards here that they know they can't run the board, but because there might be people who have supported them politically, you end up doing a bunch of foolishness and you get a commission full of people who can't even read their name if they see it in front of them. So we have to be very, very careful, Madam Speaker. I'm suggesting that we go back and take a look at that if members have the courage to be able, Madam Speaker, to do that. Madam Speaker, Section 15 of the Act, of the Principal Act, sets out that any person who wishes to allege or make a complaint that a person in public life is in breach of this Act may do so in writing to the Commission, and the complaint must specify the person against whom the complaint is made, the details of the alleged act committed under this act, and such other particulars as may be prescribed. Madam Speaker, I'm suggesting, again, if we have the courage, that at the first instant we ask the person to provide evidence, written evidence. That should be here, because you just can't make a complaint and engage the commission if you have not presented the evidence, because the commission should be able to look at the evidence and discard the matter immediately without getting other people involved. Somebody might make a complaint about a minister. The complaint is totally devoid of the facts. The commission should be in a position to get the evidence, look at it, dispose of the matter without even making contact with the minister, because there may not be sufficient evidence upon which to do anything. The evidence needs to be there as a matter of first instance. When you make the complaint that this minister did this, you ought to provide the evidence right along with the complaint. So I want to ask members if they have the courage, and I keep saying the courage because I know that the government gets sent up the road with this legislation. And when they get sent up the road, they can't turn around and tell the people that I ain't going nowhere with this. I had never seen a government like this before. Nobody can send me with not that ain't no good. To come send me to shop. To come carry to do things that I know I ain't supposed to be doing. So they come up the road with this legislation. And that's why I say courage, because I don't know if they're afraid what happened to them if they go back and go into substantive legislation and make the changes. If you look at 16.1 again of the Act, the Commission may, for the purposes of investigating complaints, require by notice in writing any person to supply information to it or produce a document or thing within a specified time. I think that should be shall. It should be a shall, not a may. And if you look at subsection 2, I'm concerned about subsection 2 though. Where a notice has been issued pursuant to subsection 1 and the relevant person has failed to supply the information or produce the document or thing within the specified time, an investigator may, upon production of his or her official identification card, enter premises occupied or used by the public body for the purposes of searching for the document, inspecting the document, and so on. You understand what the powers you give in this commission? That if you ask a public body for something, a statutory body for something, and they don't give it to you, you come with your identification card and you just budge it. Not even the police can do those things like that. And you're giving a commission that authority to just budge into a public office and go take out what it is they want without having to go through the court system or any other thing at all? Do we understand what we have created here? I don't think that is not the right, I don't think that is the right way. That cannot be the right way, Madam Speaker. And then when you look at section 26 about gifts, a person in public life shall not accept a gift, fee, or personal benefit that is connected directly or indirectly with the performance of the duties of his or her office, whether as a reward for any official act done by him or her, or as an inducement for any official act to be done by him or her, and ceases an official gift received as an incident of the protocol or social obligations normally accompany the responsibilities of the office. Why is that even there? Why is that even there? Sometimes you go from one area to the next, another country, you do a little exchange of a cultural something, and you could get caught up in the commission of the integrity legislation for that simple, cordial thing. That's what this is saying. And again, we have to be very careful, Madam Speaker, on some of these things, because I'm calling them out. They seem very simple, but people could get themselves in some simple trouble for some of the things that they don't know about. If you look at section 12, under conflict of interest in the schedule 3, A conflict of interest arises from a situation in which a person in public life has a private interest, which is such as to influence or appear to influence the impartial and objective performance of his or her duties. Where will I get these definitions from? Where do we get these definitions from? A lot of things that happen, we call them conflict of interest when they're not really conflict of interest. And we write the things in such a way that if they're tested, they really can't stand up. Listen to this. A conflict of interest arises from a situation in which a person in public life has a private interest which is such as to influence or appear to influence. Appear to influence. So I going about my business, carrying out my duties, and because you over there have bad mind and you would do the bad thing, then you think I'm going to do them, and you could say that it appears to you that I have a conflict of interest. And then it goes on to in 13, the private interest of a person in public life includes any advantage to him or herself, to his or her family, and any personal organization with whom he or she has a business relationship. You see why the issue with family, with spouse and child in the interpretation is so important? Because it falls under family. So here you are in a situation where you're making a decision, you're going about your business. You don't know that your child have buy shares somewhere, because he ain't telling you nothing. And you go make a decision, and then somebody could decide that you only made that decision because your child might have an interest in something that you don't know anything about. We got to watch these legislations very carefully, and we cannot be the type of people who climb up a ladder and kick it down, not because we are not captured by this and we're making our own legislation to handle ourselves and so on, which is very good work. I must commend the speaker on the work that she did from what I've seen. But we have to still look out for our constituents, who might very well, some of them may very well fall into some of these traps if we're not paying attention on some of the things that we're doing. And then my final point, Madam Speaker, is Section 18. And I don't know, again, if the government have the courage, because this is a big one. They don't seem too courageous at all. They only got mouth in here for my run and the opposition. But when they're down the cabinet, cat got him tongue. Can't say a thing down there. Because the bills they bring up here, in this house, Madam Speaker, if they had any voice at all, they would say some of these things need changing before they come up here. But they're here now, when I sit down here now, Madam Speaker, they're going to jump up on top of me. They're going to jump up on me, you know. I expecting it. But when you hear them down the cabinet and the chairman is presiding, like a set of children down, they can't open their mouth to save a soul. And then what they do is they wait until they come up here, because they know the opposition ain't fearful and we don't read the bills. So they wait until we come up here and put on the blows. That's their strategy. That is their strategy. They wait until we come up here to fix the bills, because they dare not tell the governor to get from here with some of them things that they're coming up here with. They dare not do it, but they have strength for. You can hear them on top of Paul Myron today when I finish here. But they will never do that to the governor anyhow. We're together. Section 18 of the schedule. Man, I think this is my last point. Subject to respect for fundamental and constitutional rights, a person in public life shall ensure that none of his or her political activities or involvement or political or public debates impairs the confidence of the public and his or her employers in his or her ability to perform his or her duties impartially and loyally. And the section that says this does not apply to House of Assembly members was taken out. But I want to ask a broader question. When are we going to get to the point, Madam Speaker, where the rights of the civil servants are respected? I want somebody to test this general orders. I want somebody to test it. Carry them to court on the issue of whether or not, why is it when you want to run for political office, you have to resign from your job? Why? In the 21st century. Somebody needs to test the constitutionality of that. I cite it was tested in Barbados, and the person who brought it forward, they won the case. They won the case. Right now, where this country is at, Madam Speaker, we need the biggest and brightest minds running for office in this country. The biggest and brightest minds. And a lot of the big brains and minds that we need are sitting in the government service. And you're saying to me because they are civil servants, they can't run for elected office in their country, they have to resign? Y'all don't think it's time for those things to change? We got the Public Service Management Act coming. Now is the time to look to deal with some of those things. Let the person get a leave of absence. Maybe if you want them out of the office 6 months before they run or something, and let them come back probably 6 months after or 3 months after or something. But don't tell me that if I am working for 20-something years and I decide that I want to make a contribution at a higher level to my country, I reached my 25 years, so I can't retire. I got to give up that to run and lose? That don't make no sense. These are some of the courageous things, Madam Speaker, that I want to see us tackle for our people. Because where we are now, we need the biggest and brightest brains around us. Some of the people, you see them on a political party ticket, you say that you wonder to Jesus how them get on it. They get on it because the thing dwindled down so much. And then you get people come in the house who can't read a bill, can't contribute nothing. And I'm not talking about this House of Assembly, I'm just speaking in general. And I'm talking about, the system is too antiquated. It's time for us to, according to Ronnie, be broad-minded and try to look at some of the things and see how we can fix them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope that we have the courage in the committee stage, the courage in the committee stage to look at some of these things and see how we can make things better and look out for people, Madam Speaker, before they get themselves caught up in all sorts of unfortunate situations, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was hoping that somebody else would have spoken after the member, because some of the things he said are so fresh in my mind. And I wanted some time just to reflect and to calm down a little from what I just heard from the member. And Madam Speaker, let me just say, I'm disappointed in how the member has approached this bill. Now, we all know that members of the opposition have a job to do. We have to scrutinize, ensure that the legislation come in here, that you expose certain things. I can appreciate that. That's how democracy is supposed to work. But, Madam Speaker, this is what disappoints me about what the member has just contributed. First of all, we paint a picture almost as though everything was perfect here in the Virgin Islands before the COI came along. And all of this is just coming out of nowhere. It's just falling out of the sky. And so we completely ignore the fact that there were acts taking place that were unacceptable. Some of what we ourselves have been involved in. Behavior unbecoming. When it comes to procurement, when it comes to all types of nonsense that used to happen in the past. We act like we don't acknowledge any of these things at all. And then we criticize the government for rushing legislation in place and failing to negotiate deadlines. We had a report that was published. And I'm fair enough to acknowledge acts that the previous government that I was a part of showed up in the report. But acts from the government before showed up in the report. Acts for governments for the past 20 years showed up in the report. And we don't have the humility to be able to acknowledge that there was something wrong taking place that had to be addressed. And you see, when we do these things, whether we want to be opposition and we want to, show a contrast or whatever it is we're trying to do, we have to realize people are listening to us and they're being influenced by our words, and we have to be responsible. There is something that needs to be addressed, Madam Speaker. And as opposed to saying that we failed to negotiate deadlines and we're rushing legislation, we should realize that Sir Hickenbottom did a report, and in that report there was a recommendation to suspend our Constitution. And we are here fighting to keep our democracy because of all of these previous acts that took place. We are fighting to keep our democracy, and we're being ridiculed for rushing legislation. For the past, how long has it been we've at it? Maybe about 2 years. We here working hard, busting our behinds, Madam Speaker, trying to put us on the right path from all of the nonsense we did before. And we are here being ridiculed, rushing legislation, and we didn't negotiate deadlines. Madam Speaker, what I would have hoped for, especially when it comes to legislation like this, is some level of unity in the House. Opposition government united. We want to deliver the best product for our people. Not the government, they send them down the road with this thing, they can't say a word to the governor. The COI try and kill us, kill everybody dead. They ain't putting up no defenses. We defenseless. Try to make the government seem weak. And if you were there, you would defend the people better. But when you were there, you were involved in the nonsense that led to the whole thing happening.
Because you have no authority to speak about anybody being involved in anything. The matter involving me is a court matter. Last time I checked, you were not a magistrate, you were not a judge. And if you want to go down the road about who has been involved in things, don't start that, because it ain't gonna end good. Madam Speaker, I'm asking the leader of the government to cease and desist. First of all, it's against the standing orders. And if you continue with that, we're going to go down the road. And I know you can't go down the road with me. So stop now your head.
Madam Speaker, let me just say to what the member has said. First of all, he's addressing me directly in the House. as opposed to going through the speaker. And Madam Speaker, I said nothing about anything that's in court. There's a saying, who the cap fit, let them wear it. And if you throw a rock into a crowd and somebody say, ouch, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I said nothing about the members' matter which is in court. I don't know if he feels guilty.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm going to
All
ask
right,
you to warn the Premier.
Members, let's stay away from that
Warn the Premier,
particular
because
matter,
right in front of
please.
us here now, we have a report on the stimulus grants. Premier, cool out.
Honorable, I note your point. Let's just calm down a bit, please. Premier, if we can just move on to wrap up.
But Premier, I want you to warn him. Madam Speaker, I want you to warn him. Okay.
Madam Speaker, I am wrapping up and I'm addressing the points made in the debate, which is what the standing orders allows me to do. Madam Speaker. There's no need to get up and threaten me.
I ain't threatening you. It's a promise, boss.
Madam
You don't
Speaker.
stop, I'll mash you up.
Members, honorable member for the sixth, please.
Madam Speaker, I want to let a member know I'm not afraid of the governor. I'm not afraid of any member of this house. Not a soul can mash me up, Madam Speaker. So who wants to mash me up, let them try. I'm a praying man. I know God got my back. And I don't fear a soul.
Member for the sixth, please.
Madam Speaker. So, as I was saying before I was interrupted, Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed on how this matter has been characterized. When bills go from cabinet into the House of Assembly, regardless of how it gets there, it's an opportunity for us to walk together. Walk together to give the people the best bill possible, considering all the factors which need to be considered, Madam Speaker. Give them the best bill possible. To come in here and to seek to water down and to dismantle this bill in favor of what has been described here, I think would be a injustice to the people of the Virgin Islands. Some of what has been referred to here is so standard, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure how we can argue against it. Madam Speaker, we refer to the substantive legislation on gifts. Madam Speaker, come on. It is so standard. It is so standard across the world that you have rules prohibiting the giving of gifts. Why are we coming into the house and criticizing rules that regulate the conduct and the standard of giving gifts? Madam Speaker, I'm just going to read what the substantive legislation says about gifts and tell you why things like this show up in pieces of legislation like this. because you don't want persons doing favors for persons, for preference and for bias. You give them a gold chain. You give them all of these different things. Push my application up in the line ahead of everybody else's. This is why these type of things are in here. This thing about exchanging gifts, that's an exception that is in the legislation. Why are we misleading the public in that way? To paint a picture that some draconian bill has come here and some hero in the opposition has to defend the people from it. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read what it says. It says, a person in public life shall not accept a gift, fee, or personal benefit that is connected directly or indirectly with the performance of the duties of his or her office, whether as a reward for any official act done by him or her, or as an inducement for any official act to be done by him or her or otherwise. But when you go down to section 2, and the member very well knows that section 2 was there but chose not to refer to it. It says, section 1 does not apply to a gift or a personal benefit in such amount as may be prescribed by regulations. Meaning that you can exempt gifts of a certain cost. So if it's just some trinket or just something to show some level of appreciation, you can give a gift like that. But not some expensive gift that could be seen as bribery, Madam Speaker. B, a personal gift received by a person in public life from a relative or friend, so that people don't be thinking if you deliver flowers to your wife at the job that something is wrong with that. C, and this is what the member referred to when you go to different countries and exchange gifts. An official gift received as an incident or of the protocol or social obligations that normally accompany the responsibilities of office. Madam Speaker, what we are doing is wrong, and we must stop doing it. Let us learn from the mistakes of our past. Let's learn from the mistakes of our past, and let us put forward a bill that shows that we are mature enough to govern ourselves. Madam Speaker, I don't just come in here and start talking about what happened in the past. I take responsibility for what I was involved in. I move forward to try to see how we could correct the situation and make it better. These things only become necessary to point out when we paint this picture that we're painting, which is dangerous for the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, we're taking an issue that the chair of the Integrity Commission can have public documents. Public documents, are we comparing that to private documents in people's homes that you need warrants to be able to access? You're comparing public documents in offices to going up in people's homes without warrants? Madam Speaker, we spoke about family. Madam Speaker, definition of family. Madam Speaker, I just want to bring the public's attention to what the bill actually says about family, so that we can be so we can be fair, Madam Speaker. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that persons are misinterpreting how this definition of family is being applied. Now, we can make changes to the definition if we like, Madam Speaker. But all this bill is saying is that persons who are under this definition of family, you have some type of close relationship with that individual, and you should not do things to favor that individual because of that relationship. That's all it's saying. So I'll point you to the substantive piece of legislation and see what it says about family. And then you'll realize why it's important to ensure that the definition captures certain people. It says a person in public life shall not use his or her office for the improper advancement of his or her own family. A person in public life shall not use his or her office for the improper advancement of his or own or his or her family's personal or financial interests, or the interests of any person, Madam Speaker. That, when it says family, that is what it is referring to. So whether that person is a biological part of the family, or whether that person is an adopted member of the family, whether that person is somebody who's lived with you for the past 5 or 10 years, you can't do anything that will be perceived to be done for the improper, it says improper advancement of that person's interest. Madam Speaker, that's the point. It's not that you have to go, this act is saying that you have to register that person's interest. It's not saying if that person is involved in something, somehow or the other, that affects you. It just means that you cannot take any actions to favor that person in any kind of biased way. Madam Speaker, Section 29 of the Substantive Act. A person in public life commits corruption if he or she seeks or accepts personal or private benefit for himself or herself or a member of his or her family, or a person associated with him or her, whether or not the benefit places him or her under an obligation to the person giving or offering the benefit. Madam Speaker, these are things discouraging corruption. And we have to show ourselves, Madam Speaker, to be people responsible enough to eliminate even the perception of corruption. Madam Speaker, we have to be able to do that. I read the other section, Madam Speaker. This is under conflict of interest. The private interest of a person in public life includes any advantage to himself or herself, to his or her family, and any person or organization with whom he or she has business relations. It includes any liability, whether financial or work-related thereto. Madam Speaker, if we try to put loopholes in this legislation, it's going to appear to the public and those further afield that we have some bad intentions. And we don't want anybody thinking of that about us. We have to be careful of the loopholes. And we have to make our integrity framework airtight. And our people are responsible enough when you present them with the rules to be able to follow the rules. Let us make proper rules, Madam Speaker, so our people do not get into any trouble. Let's put it all in black and white so persons know what is right and what is wrong. Madam Speaker, last thing I'm going to say, and I did give the disclaimer, Madam Speaker, that maybe a few other people should have spoken after the member. But I have to say this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we must not use the House to defame persons and to speak about persons who can't defend themselves and to be insulting to members of the public. Madam Speaker, some of us may have some education in here, and some of us may think we're so intelligent. But it doesn't give us the right to go ahead and talk about who can read and who can't read, who can't even spell their own name. Talking about persons who chair boards. Madam Speaker, I think we need a little humility. And we need to stop disparaging people. It might sound funny to some persons. You know, here's another joke. Maybe that one will go all over the wall with a little clip on YouTube. And people find it entertaining. But Madam Speaker, I don't find it entertaining when we come to this House and disparage persons, especially persons who can't defend themselves. And Madam Speaker, I think we should think very carefully about how we deal with members of the public. And even persons who elected members, talking about how things have dwindled down. These are persons who've served in this honorable House, who people voted for, who represented people. I mean, who are we speaking about as it pertains to how the thing has dwindled down and people who can't read? So, Madam Speaker, I've said what I've said. Just because I believe I had a duty to say it. But I'm hopeful that we can move forward, Madam Speaker, in a responsible way, in a way where all parties, government and opposition, are focused on doing our job, which is to deliver for the people of the Virgin Islands. Deliver policies, deliver legislation, be able to execute initiatives on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands in a responsible way, Madam Speaker. And I believe that we have a duty of responsibility to ensure that we give persons Integrity in Public Life Act that will clearly define the boundaries and there be clear guidance in terms of what is right and what is wrong. We have penalties associated with wrongdoing so persons understand that they will be held accountable if they do the wrong thing. And let us do our part, Madam Speaker, to make sure that when we do government business, that it's clean. That it's clean and everybody is maintaining a certain moral and ethical standard. So I look forward, Madam Speaker, to going through this bill in committee stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as the Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I will mention we had good productive session in committee, and members of the opposition, as always, were very helpful, along with the members of the government. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This bill may be cited as the Integrity in Public Life Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. Thank you. Before I call on you, Premier, I wish to call on the member. I wish to call on the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, in a conversation I had with you today when I called you, I wanted to apologize to your house, because I used the term mash up today. I didn't mean that at all. Sometimes we get heated and we use terms, but it wasn't meant in any way physical at all. The Premier stepped on a little corn there, and I expressed myself in a particular way, but I just wanted to, I know the term is unparliamentary, and Madam Speaker, I wanted to be able to apologize to you for doing that. And the House. Whose side do you want on?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member didn't apologize to me, but I accept anyway. I accept the apology. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that was very big of the member to do that. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to amend the order paper to add a new item under public business, government business. This item would be 8.1 Roman numeral 2, which will be a first reading for the bill entitled Service Commissions Amendment Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, I also seek your leave and the approval of the members of the House to dispense with notice under Standing Order 28. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. In light of the motion move, I have no difficulties on consent. Therefore, I'll put the question. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Service Commissions Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Service Commissions Amendment Bill 2024 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Service Commissions Amendment Bill 2024, and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Service Commissions Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Service Commissions Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This bill may be cited as the Service Commissions Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. Honorable members, at this time, we will take the recess and return on Tuesday, the 30th of July, 2024 at 10 a.m.